Good evening and welcome to Playoffs at the Hornets Nest as the Hornets play host to the Creekside Cougars. At this time, we ask you to direct your attention to the infield for the introduction of this afternoon's starting lineups. First for the Creekside Cougars, leading off and playing center field, number 22, Will McGinnis. At shortstop, number 9, Bryce McCadden. Pitching, number 23, Justin Panagua. At third base, number 30, Canyon Thrasher. At first base, number 27, Darren Evans. In left field, number 2, Cameron Wallace. Designated hitter, number 19, Judah Priest. At second base, number 3, Bryce Fleming. In right field, number 12, Carter McGinnis. And number 13, catching, Eli War. And the rest of your Cougar coaching staff and squad. Now your starting lineups for your Westfield Hornets. Leading off and pitching, number 4, Jake Canterbury. At shortstop, number 7, Ryan Powers. Playing first base, number 8, James Hayes. Batting cleanup, center fielder, number 5, Gray Brannon. At second base, number 3, Zane Childrey. In right field, number 12, Hardy Hudson. In left field, number 1, Ty Shelton. Catching, number 9, Will Johnson. And at third base, number 6, Ross Alden. Hornets are coached by Rob Fitzpatrick, along with the rest of the Hornet coaching staff and team. Fans, at this time, we ask you please rise for invocation and remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you today, thankful for all the blessings bestowed upon us. We especially acknowledge the skills and talents that have brought these players and these teams to success through the season and into these playoffs. May we recognize that each skill and talent is a gift from you, and that any and all accomplishments are from and through you, whether our gifts are in sports, academics, business, or any aspect of life. May we conduct ourselves with appreciation for these abilities, and may we always seek ways to utilize our gifts, skills, and talents to glorify your name. This we pray in thy name. Amen. Leading off for the Cougars, center fielder, number 22, Will McGinnis. Shortstop, number 9, Bryce McCadden. Two outs in the inning. Now batting pitcher number 23, Justin Panagua. Three down in the Cougar first. After 1/2 inning of play, Creekside 0, Westfield coming to bat.
I'm involved in a lot of extracurricular activities. I play football, baseball, basketball, and I run track.
I love the contact sport. I love the ability to get my feelings and aggression out throughout the hard day or hard week out at practice.
I was a part of the Westfield wrestling team when I was a freshman, and that's also the year when I played soccer. So it was been fun, and I'm going to play soccer again in my senior year, and hopefully I will probably be the captain of the soccer team.
I enjoy just spending time with my teammates and getting to just rep the green and gold like everyone else has in the past.
On Thursdays, we get to go out and with the football team, and we get our chaplain out there. And he does a great job, and I think on a Thursday that's great to do because it's a day before the game and you get to think about God and just choices in life, and that's kind of what the game of football is like.
Leading off the Westfield first, pitcher number 4, Jake Canterbury. Shortstop number 7, Ryan Powers. First baseman number 8, James Hayes. Two down, the runner on third for Westfield, center fielder number 5, Gray Brannon. Runners on first and third, 2 outs for the Hornets. Second baseman, number 3, Zane Childry. Two down and bases loaded for the Hornets as number 12, Hardy Hudson, comes to bat. Left fielder, number 1, Ty Shelton. Catcher number 9, Will Johnson. And the Hornet first, 4 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left. After 1 inning of play at the Hornet's Nest, Westfield 4, Creekside 0. Third baseman, number 30, Canyon Thrasher. First pitch from Canterbury is low for a ball. Diving catch in left field by Ty Shelton. Shelton has the big hit in the first inning and a great catch there in the second. First baseman, number 27, Darren Evans. That looked like that was going to be down for a first hit of the game for the Cougars, and Shelton makes a diving catch. Took the umpire a few minutes to make sure he had control of the ball, but he came up with it cleanly, and we have out 1. Strike two now on first baseman Evans. Canterbury goes back to the same spot. Couldn't get him to chase that time. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Went back there again and, oh yeah, he called it. I wasn't sure what the umpire was calling there. Making sure the catcher held on, I think. Strike out there for the second out of the inning. Left fielder, designated hitter number 19, Judah Prisk. Creekside makes their lineup a little differently from some of the others with the way they insert their designated hitter in the lineup there. Ball comes up at about 59 feet and bounces back for ball 1, strike 1. Canterbury going to the outside of the plate again, trying to get them to chase. A little too far out. Ooh, right on the corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes now to Prisk. Count goes full with another ball to the outside. Jake comes back and gets him for strike 3. 3 up, 3 down in the Cougars' second after 1 1/2 innings of play. Westfield 4, Creekside 0.
Westfield is a challenging environment.
It's a Christian school, it's a Christian environment.
And it provides students with great opportunities.
Definitely all the teachers, they prepare you for college, they help you with some problems that they'll give you some real life experiences that will help you with college.
Every teacher that I have in any of my classes is always telling us that they're here after school. They're always willing to answer any questions we might have.
Westfield is a harder school, but it challenges you and it gets you ready for college.
And I think Westfield gave me such a great Christian environment that I can actually have the freedom to express my faith.
Westfield provides a lot of great opportunities for students to learn and for students to grow and for students to learn more about themselves.
Back out in the Hornets' nest as we start the second inning. Leading off for the Hornets will be number 6, third baseman Ross Alden. Leading off the Westfield second, third baseman number 6, Ross Alden. Alden then back to the top of the Hornet lineup, and Canterbury and Powers here in the third. Correction in the second. First pitch from Panagua is a little high. Ross fouls that one back to make the count even 1-1. Probably the fastest ball that Panagua has thrown here to the first batter of the second inning. He's most of his motions with his arm, but he got a little extra on that one. Catcher setting up again outside to see if they can get Ross to chase. Panagua put that one right back in about the same spot. Ball outside makes it 2 balls, 2 strikes. Alden stays alive as he fouls off. Pitch right down the middle. A little high, run the count full now. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Westfield's third baseman, Ross Alden, on the as he leads off the second inning. Fouls that off down the right field line to stay alive. Panagua working very deliberately here to Alden, and he gets him with that swinging strike on the outside. Back to the Westfield top of the order, pitcher number 4, Jake Canterbury. Canterbury swung at the first pitch in the to open the game and popped it up to second. Sure, he will want to be a little more patient this time and get him something to hit. I think a little anxious as he was starting his leading off for the Hornets in this first playoff game. Swings again at the first pitch. Very aggressive today. Fouls it back for strike 1. Again, the Creekside pitcher taking his time between pitches. And Canterbury fouls another one off down the right field line. Now he falls behind 0-2. If the Panagua follows his form, he'll be searching for that outside corner here. Catcher setting up out there. And he gets it, and a swinging strike. Shortstop, number 7, Ryan Powers. Panagua has been effective here in the second inning as he's taking his time, working deliberately, but he's working that outside part of the plate. And he's got 2 swinging strikes here to open the second inning and got the Hornets down 2 strikes with nobody on. Correction, 2 outs with nobody on. Again, going for the first pitch, and that is Powers flying to center field, and it's going to be a 1-2-3 inning for the Hornets. 3 up, 3 down in the Hornets' second. After 2 innings of play, Westfield 4, Creekside 0. Second baseman now leading off here the third inning. So far, the Cougars have had 3 up, 3 down in the first 2 innings. No base runners. Canterbury's working very efficiently for the Hornets on a warm afternoon. And in contrast to his counterpart for the Cougars, Jake sort of gets the ball and comes right back at him again. He doesn't take a lot of time between pitches. Leaves that one a little high. 2 balls, 1 strike. Gets that one in on his hands, pops it up to Canterbury, and he takes charge in the middle of the infield for out 1. Right fielder number 12, Carter McGinnis. Good pitch that time from Canterbury. Is it running in on the hands a little bit and had a soft pop up right there in the middle of the infield for out number 1. Now right fielder Carter McGinnis is up for the Cougars. A little outside for ball 1. McGinnis batting in the number 8 position. Getting a signal from his third base coach. Probably something along the lines of work your way on somehow. There he goes, and he seems to follow suit. He's a short single past the diving Alden at third. Catcher number 13, Eli War. So Carter McGinnis singles to left for the Cougars' first base runner and first hit. Now Eli War, the catcher, is up to bat, number 9 position hitter. Canterbury wants the signs again as he steps off. Now he throws over just to make sure McGinnis knows he's aware of him. A little different defensive alignment today for the Hornets. Normal first baseman Cole Miller is out today, and I assume going to be out for the playoffs with a wrist injury. So James Hayes is a mainstay in the Hornet lineup, and today he's over at first base and doing a good job. As once again, Canterbury throws over to first. Swinging strike. Evens the count now. Just a little outside, very enticing pitch there, but good patience and good batter's eye there by War to push the count in his favor to 2-1. Canterbury paying a lot of attention to McGinnis at first. He doesn't seem to be real interested in running. This is a fly ball out to right field where Hudson takes care of it for out number 2. Top of the Cougar lineup, center fielder number 22, Will McGinnis. Back to the top of the Cougar lineup was their center fielder, Will McGinnis. Got Carter McGinnis on first. I'm assuming there may be some relationship there. They have similar bill. swing and a miss. Canterbury doing a good job of keeping the ball down and away from the hitters. Has run it in on their hands a time or two and caused a pop-up. So moving the ball around. That one takes off a little too far outside. Ground ball. Right to Childry at second and over to Powers for the fourth and the third out. In the Cougar third, no runs on one hit and one runner left. After 2.5, your score remains Westfield 4, Creekside 0.
I'm involved in a lot of extracurricular activities. I play football, baseball, basketball, and I run track.
I love the contact sport. I love the ability to get my feelings and aggression out throughout the hard day or hard week out at practice.
I was a part of the Westfield wrestling team when I was a freshman, and that's also the year when I played soccer. So it was been fun, and I'm going to play soccer again my senior year, and hopefully I will probably be the captain of the soccer team.
I enjoy just spending time with my teammates and getting to just rep the green and gold like everyone else has in the past.
On Thursdays, we get to go out and with the football team, and we get our chaplain out there, and he does a great job. And I think on a Thursday that's great to do because it's a day before the game, and you get to think about God and just choices in life, and that's kind of what the game of football is like.
So we move to the third inning. Leading off for Westfield, first baseman number 8, James Hayes. Middle of the Hornet batting order, Hayes, Brannon, and Childry due up this inning. Hayes flew out to center field in his first at bat, but was able to move Powers over from second to third on the sacrifice. Once again, he sort of goes the other way and fouls it back to the left side. Ball one sails outside, 1-1 count now to Hayes. Once again outside. Good eye by Hayes as he's not chasing that low outside pitch. That one got in on his hands a little bit, and once again, it's fly ball to center field, and it's taken care of, and so is Hayes for the first out. Center fielder number 5, Gray Brannon. Brannon got a hit in the first inning, but it wasn't with the bat. It was the back of his shoulder blades. Looked like as he took a Panagua fastball right between the shoulder blades, and he gets a little payback here with a ground Ball down the line into left field, and he's going for 2 and will get in there standing up. Just inside the bag to left field, and Brandon has a 1-out double. Second baseman, number 3, Zane Childry. Childry wore one as well from Panagua in the first inning, as he took a hit by pitch to help load the bases before the big hit by Shelton. This time, Childry flies out to center field, where it's taken care of for out number 2. Right fielder, number 12, Hardy Hudson. Hudson got the scoring started for the Hornets in the first when the ground ball to shortstop was Ruda, fielder's choice, as the shortstop decided not to throw out the first, and the second baseman didn't cover in time, and therefore he was not able to get the force at second, and brought Powers in on the play. Hudson fouls back the first pitch for strike 1. Another fly ball, pretty well hit. A little trouble in right field, but he corrals it for out number 3. 3 fly ball outs for the Hornets in the third. In the Westfield third, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. After 3 innings of play, Westfield 4, Creekside 0.
Westfield is a challenging environment.
It's a Christian school, it's a Christian environment.
And it provides students with great opportunities.
Definitely all the teachers, they prepare you for college, they help you with some problems that they'll give you some real life experiences that will help you with college.
Every teacher that I have in any of my classes is always telling us that they're here after school. They're always willing to answer any questions we might have.
Westfield is a harder school, but it challenges you and it gets you ready for college.
And I think Westfield gave me such a great Christian environment that I can actually have the freedom to express my faith.
Westfield provides a lot of great opportunities.
Stop number 9, Bryce McCadden. McCadden grounded out to third in the first inning. Swings at the first pitch, a little looping pop up to second baseman. Out number 1. Pitcher number 23, Justin Panagua. One pitch, one lazy little pop to second base, and Canterbury's ahead in the inning with 1 out to the first batter. A little high there to the counterpart pitcher, Panagua. He struck out in the first inning. Fouls this one back to even the count. Ground ball to second. Childry on 1 hop over to Hayes, and out number 2. Third baseman number 30, Kenyon Thrasher. One hopper 4-3 for out number 2 in the 4th inning. There's a strike to get ahead in the number 4 batter in the Cougar lineup. A little outside, 1-1. Again, Canterbury gets the ball and he's ready and waiting on the batter to get ready. A little low, moves to count to 2-1. Fly ball, easy fly to center, and out number 3. Canterbury working very efficiently here with a 8-pitch inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left in the Cougar 4th. After 3.5, Westfield 4, Creekside 0. Leading off the Westfield 4, left fielder number 1, Ty Shelton. Shelton had the productive at bat for the Hornets in the 1st inning with a bases loaded triple, bringing in 3 runs. Hornets the beneficiary in that 1st inning of some confusion in the middle infield that allowed them a fielder's choice to keep the inning alive. And now Shelton comes back with a bunt to third base. He's going to run he caught him off guard a little bit right there, and he uses his speed to get down to first for an infield hit. Catcher number 9, Will Johnson. Sure, Coach Fitz is pleased to see that. With Shelton's speed, you want him on the bases, and you want him to utilize the ground ball approach to do that. It's nice to hit the big fly sometimes, but getting that ball down on the ground, using his speed, and forcing the defense to make a play puts the pressure on them. And in that case, Shelton beat it out and was leading off the inning at first base now. Johnson took a similar approach on his first pitch he's seen, probably in terms of more of a sacrifice to try to get Shelton down to second. Let's see what he does with an 0-1 count. A little conversation here in the press box. The Creekside pitcher has a little bit of a Bartello Colon look, where he wears his hat, the way he's built. A little bit of a simple motion, but has been effective with the exception of a few things that took place with his defense behind him so far today. That one misses, evens the count at 1-1. You'd have to think Shelton's going to be looking to get the second somewhere in this at bat. There he goes. And he'll get there standing up as the ball scoots between the webbing and to the backstop. Shelton stands at second now in scoring position with no outs. Just what you want from a leadoff standpoint each inning. Now Johnson can look to move him on over to third. That ball runs outside and off the plate, running the count to 3-1 to Will. That time, Panagua brings that ball a little more inside and catches that outside portion of the plate for strike two and runs the count full. He puts it there again. Will needs to punch it between that hole between shortstop and third. He tried it again, but this time it was a little too far outside. Then we'll bring up a ball four and put Will on base with a walk, which will bring up now batting third baseman number 6, Ross Alden. Who's that at first? Trey Hardy. Courtesy runner at first, number 15, Trey Hardy. Trey Hardy's in to run now at first base for the catcher. Trey's got a good lead. They're not holding him on. They're looking for a bunt here. And he's able to get a good lead away from first base, as is Shelton out at second. That ball sails down and away, and Ross Alden is ahead in the count. 1 ball, no strikes. Again, first baseman is way in on the grass, leaving Trey with plenty of room over there to get a good jump at first. That one gets past him, and Sheldon and Trey Hardy will both move up on the wild pitch. Two balls, no strikes, no outs, runners at second and third. That could change the strategy a little bit with Coach Fitz and what he's looking for with Ross here. Probably just put it in place and get that runner on in. Has him swinging away, and that looks like it's going to dump over behind first, and it will get that run in from third. Back to the Hornet, top of the lineup, number 4, Jake Canterbury. We're in the 4th. Bottom of the 4th inning. Score of Westfield 4-0, but Hornets, 5-0. They have a run in here in the 4th. Alden's running to second. They throw the down, but how the shortstop cut it off. But Trey Hardy's alert at third and not falling for that. So now the Hornets have runners in scoring position at second and third. No outs and 1 run in. Canterbury in a good position to help pad his lead here. Ball off the shin guard there, the catcher Ware, but it scoots off to the visitor dugout side. No advancement by the runners. looking for a big inning here as they've got one in and no out. Runners in scoring position at second and third, and there's another hit right into the shortstop hole, and here comes Alden in from second. He will score. Shortstop, number 7, Ryan Powers. Who's 14? Hornets have 3 in the inning. Runner on first and still nobody out. Running on the play and safe at second. Courtesy runner now at second for the pitchers, number 14, Mason Easom. He gets in with a stolen base and then puts himself in scoring position. Powers is ahead in the count, 1 ball, no strikes, and still no outs for the Hornets. Ryan sort of took a shot at right field with that one and fouled it back, so 1 ball, 1 strike. Oh, that was a high pitch, but Power stayed with it for the bunt. And they just get him at first. 1-3 on the play for out number 1. First baseman, number 8, James Hayes. Powers does move Easom over to third now for Hayes. Hayes is flied out to center field his first 2 at-bats today. I'm sure he's looking for some solid contact here. Still patient there, watching that ball that they're trying to get him to chase outside, and he still lays away from that. Ball 1, 1 out, and 3 in for the Hornets with another one standing at third. That one's low for ball 2. One of those fly balls that he had in his first 2 at-bats would probably get this run in from third, but I know James is looking for more here. He fisted that one off his, and he battled it. He does get it in as the second baseman's unable to handle it. Center fielder, number 5, Gray Brannon. In all honesty, that ball should have been caught, but it was one of those when James Hayes swung, it looked like it was hit much harder than it was. And it was just a nubber off the end of the bat, basically, and it just died as it approached the second baseman. What looked like a line drive was just a little soft blooper, more or less. And the second baseman falls forward, diving for it, and keeps it in front of him, but allows Hayes to get to first and allows Easom to score from third. With the Hornets' 8th run of the day, 4th run of this inning, still only 1 out. Trey Brannon has been on base both times today. First time he was hit by a pitch, came around to score on the Sheldon triple. And in the third inning, he doubled inside the bag at third base, but was left stranded there at second. Up and near his eyes, he got a good look at that one for ball 2. Again, high. Gray doing a good job of laying off that high pitch. You know, it's a little enticing to someone with Gray's power and who's wanting to get his arms extended and drive one, but those are a little too high. 3 balls, 1 strike. Pitch on the way. Gray leans back and tries to pull that one. Pulls it a little too far over into the third base dugout area. Full count now with 1 out. Hayes the runner at first. 4 in the Hornet 4th. See if Hayes is running on the 3-2 pitch with 1 out. No, he stays there, and he's going to get the jog to second as Brannon walks. Have a visit to the mound now. Trying to restore the confidence for Panagua here. Coach just seems to be getting him a little bit of a break. Collect himself again. Not a lot of strategy here other than just throw strikes. Now batting, second baseman number 3, Zane Childry. I had a quick visit to the mound. Everything getting settled back in, and Childry comes in to bat for Westfield. Childry flew out to center, hit by a pitch earlier. Now he's got a fly ball to left that is caught for out number 2. Right fielder number 12, Hardy Hudson. Hudson got on a fielder's choice that brought in Powers in the first and then flew out to right field in the third. Looking for a productive hit now to get Brannon in for second and move. That's Hayes down at second. Brannon's over at first, so trying to move them around, get Hayes in. He's behind 0-2 now in the count, so he can't watch anymore. He's going to have to put the bat on the ball here. Catcher moves way outside. Try to entice him into swinging. Ball's in the dirt, which will move the runners up. Now, Westfield has runners in scoring position. 2 outs in the inning. Waiting on a Hardy Hudson hit here to bring them in. Like a slow curveball with very little break there. It just sort of hung up there. I know it sort of looked like a beach ball to Hardy. He probably wishes he had that one back because it was up there for the taking. But with 2 strikes, he had to put it in play and he fouled it back. Uh-oh. And that one gets him right in the rib cage. That'll bring Shelton back to the plate for his second at bat in this inning. Left fielder number 1, Ty Shelton. Shelton's had a big day today. He's had a 3 RBI triple in the first. Then he had a bunt single in the earlier this inning. He stole second and he came around to score. So he's 2 for 2 with 3 RBIs and a run scored. He goes after the first pitch and that's out into left field. It could be trouble. Did he catch it? Yes, he did. The left fielder makes a diving catch in foul territory. We're out number 3. In the Hornet Fort, 4 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 3 Hornets left. After 4 innings of play, Westfield 8, Creekside 0. Do I? This is testing me. Now pitching for Westfield, number 25, Noah Freeze. His first pitch is to the first baseman, Darren Evans, for the Cougars, and fouls it off down the left field line. Second pitch in there for a strike, and quickly Noah's come in and got ahead in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Darren's a big fella in the batter's box there. That bat looks very mighty small in his hands. He could get a hold of one. Noah's keeping it down the way. Second ball of that bat moves outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. that one come in on him, and it looked like he wanted it to break a little bit, and it didn't come back to the plate. Sort of cut back toward the batter instead of in on the plate. Moves the count to full now to the leadoff batter for the 5th inning. And that one sails high to put Evans on. Designated hitter, number 19, Judah Prisk. Running at first, number 4, Diego Perez. Evans walks to lead off the Cougar 5th, and now they have a pinch runner in, number 4, Diego Perez. As the designated hitter, number 19, Judah Prisk, is in to bat. First pitch to him, late swing on that one, and Freeze gets ahead in the count, one strike. No balls. I think Prisk decided a little bit late on that one to swing. That sails outside to even the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs here with a runner on first for the Cougars. Got an update and other playoff action from around the GISA today. Southland has defeated Valwood in game 1, 5-0. The winner of this Cougar and Hornet series will take on the winner of Valwood and Southland. So Southland has the game 1 advantage now. Freeze comes back there to run the count full. Runner at first takes his lead, but Freeze comes back, battles back to get him. Second baseman, number 3, Bryce Fleming. Fleming on the bat now for the Cougars. He flew out with got sawed off by Canterbury with a pitch off the fist that popped it right back to the pitcher in the 3rd inning. Freeze is honed in on that outside corner over the last couple of pitches and got ahead here to the 3rd batter of the inning. Fleming a little distracted there by something in the batter's box and asks for time and gets it. Now, I think there's a bug or a gnat. It is that time of year in Georgia. Things are flying around in the spring, and something distracted him. Johnson went out and had a quick talk with Freeze, and now batter, pitcher, catcher, everybody seems to be ready to play again. Again, Freeze hones in on that low outside corner and gets the call. Gets ahead in the count, 0-2. Went there one more time, and they let him do it, and he got the call. Strike out number 2 in the inning. Right fielder, number 12, Carter McGinnis. McGinnis was the only hit so far for the Cougars today in the 3rd inning with a single between shortstop and 3rd base. He was left stranded at first base in that inning. Again, Freeze gets ahead in the count. Got him out in front on that pitch, and Now you got him 0-2 with 2 outs. McGinnis way ahead on that pitch. I think he was expecting that slider down on the outside part of the plate, and he got something with a little bit of an off-speed touch to it. Comes back again, trying for that outside corner, but trying to make him chase. He didn't go for it. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner on first. Hayes is backed off to play behind the runner on first, not holding him on too close right now. And there, Freeze comes in and strikes out the side. Leading off the Westfield field, catcher number 9, Will Johnson. Number 11, Connor Rossiter on the pitch for the Cougars. That's going to get, ooh. Now batting, number 25, Noah Freeze. Making quick work of this. Freeze grounds out to third for the second out of the inning. A quick one puts us back at the top of the Hornet order. Number 4, third baseman Jake Canterbury. Johnson and Freeze have gone after pitches early in the count, and we find ourselves with 2 quick outs here. Only 4 pitches into the inning. Jake, who's gone after the first pitch in each of his at-bats so far, takes strike 1 there. Looks at another one a little high this time for ball one. Fly ball out to right is caught, and for a 1-2-3 inning for the Hornets in the fifth. 3 up, 3 down for the Hornets in the fifth after 5 innings of play. Westfield 8, Creekside 0. In action elsewhere in the GISA, Southland has defeated Valwood in their game 1, 5-0. The winner of our series here today will take on the winner of the Valwood-Southland series. Southland takes game 1, 5-0. Starts the war off with ball 1. Leaves that a little high for ball 2. Three straight balls to start off the 6th inning. Ball gets away on the throwback. That might break the rhythm a little bit and give Noah a chance to get back in his groove here. Didn't work as we go with 4 straight pitches for balls to the catcher. Center fielder number 22, Will McGinnis. That's 5 straight from Noah. Sort of hunting that strike zone right now. That one runs inside on him. Sort of hard to make an adjustment right now. He's going inside, outside. It's sort of random on where he's missing, so it's not like he can sort of adjust and pull back in. But that's going to help him out right there. It goes right back. Oh, had a chance for a double play, wound up bobbling at second, and now we have nobody out. Shortstop, number 9, Bryce McCaden. Yeah, that ground ball was just what Noah Freeze had wanted. Taylor made double play to second base, had a bobble there and that took away the double play, but still had a chance to get the lead runner at second, and then we dropped the ball and the transfer, and wound up with no one out. McCadden now, the Cougar shortstop, he grounds one foul toward third. Everybody will return, and we'll reset for the 1-1 pitch. 2 on and nobody out here in the Cougar sixth. Kind of things that you really don't want to see, especially in playoffs, is 8-run lead and a walk and an error, just putting people back in the ball game when you had the out. So Hornets will look to regroup right here and try to battle back here and minimize this damage. Three balls, 1 strike now to the batter, McCadden. He leaves that one high, and that will load the bases. Coach Fitz just take a walk out to the mound. He's reaching for the ball before he gets there. He got another plan in mind. Now that'll be it for Noah on the afternoon. He struck out 3 in his first inning of work, and he's had a little bit of a control problem here in his second inning. Now number 11, Connor Rosetta. Two walks and an error for the Hornets in the sixth, and they have bases loaded and nobody out for the Cougars. The pitcher now is number 11, Rosetta, is on the bat. And Luke Davison is in the pitch for the Hornets, and the left-hander gets first pitch across for strike 1. Comes back inside again, a little too far this time for a ball 1-1. Good stop there by Johnson. They got Cougars on every base, and Johnson's blocking it up to keep them there. Davison brings that up and inside, and Rosetta wasn't able to get a hold of it, so he's ahead in the count now, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ooh. Tried to get that one to break back across the outside part of the plate. Didn't quite come back far enough, so it was ball 2. Left it outside wide again. Brings the count full, 3 balls, 2 strikes, bases loaded, and nobody out.
Touch the plate, touch the plate. Didn't call anything. Touch the plate. Turn the touch. Go to 3. Go to 3, throw to second.
A little confusion there amongst the umpires. Rosetta swung and fouled the ball, what was seen to be a foul, but it rolled out into fair territory. Question was, did it come off his foot? Umpires are conferring now. Johnson did go out and get the ball and come back and touch the plate, which would be a force at home. They're going to rule it a foul ball. So we're right back where we started. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and no bases loaded and nobody out. And Davison comes back and gets him with a call strike. Number 30, Kenyon Thrasher. Thrasher, third baseman for the Cougars. And Luke gets third strike on that outside corner for Rosetta, and now he's come back to Thrasher and starts him off with the same pitch. A little high for ball 1 on the second pitch here. Thrasher hits the ball back into second, behind short. First baseman, number 27, Darren Evans. Powers unable to backhand that ball, and that brings in the first Cougar run of the day. Everybody moves up 90 feet, and we still have bases loaded, no outs, and 1 out, and first baseman Darren Evans is at bat with 1 run in for the Cougars. It's been a tough play for Powers if he's been able to glove it with the backhand cleanly, as he was deep in the hole going away from the infield. Looked like a pinch runner now at first, Garrett Mazerit. And Evans gets a hold of one out in the center field, but Brannon will take care of that, and a good throw from center and holds the runner at third. Designated hitter number 19, Judah Prisk. So 2 outs, bases loaded, and 1 run in. Davison's done a good job of damage control to this point. Let's see if he can get the Cougars designated hitter here. First pitch sails outside for ball 1. Prisk has struck out in his 2 previous at bats today. And there's strike one on a swing and a miss. And Luke would like nothing more than to get his third strikeout of the day to the Cougars' designated hitter. That'll help the chances as he gets ahead in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Luke comes in, does a great job of damage control and holding them to 1 run as he strikes out the designated hitter for out number 3. And the Cougar 6, 1 run on no hits, correction, 1 hit, 2 errors, and 3 Cougars left. After 5 1/2, Westfield 8, Creekside 1. James Hayes now in the batter's box for the Hornets. Ryan Powers took the first pitch of the inning and sent it inside the third base bag down into the left field corner for a stand-up double. And that's where the Hornets stand in the top half of the 6th inning with now 2 balls, no strikes to Hayes. Powers standing out at second with no outs. Hornets looking to get that run back that they give up in the top half of the inning. The ball bounces out in front of the plate and Powers scoots over to third alertly and now stands 90 feet away with no outs. Count moves to 3 balls, no strikes to Hayes. And looked like they wanted no part of James in that at bat as ball 4 sails way outside. Center fielder, number 5, Gray Brannon. Catcher Eli Ward has timeout, wants to talk to his pitcher. I don't know what grade Rossiter's in, but he looks rather young. He's a small, probably underclassmen out there pitching today, standing in, doing a good job. But now he finds himself in a little trouble with Hornets on the corners, nobody out, and Gray Brannon standing in. There goes Hayes. He's going to take second base, and Gray was way out in front on that one. He was looking for pay dirt there and got way out in front on that ball, coming a little slower than he thought. Hayes advances to second. And once again, Gray's out in front of it. Sort of hard to adjust to that speed. That's a much slower pitch than what he had been seeing and what he's used to. He's 0-2 now. They're going to go way outside, get him to chase. But he'd come right back down the middle and put it where Gray can handle it, and he did, right up the middle. That's going to bring in one run from third, and Hayes is going to come around as well. Second baseman, number 3, Zane Childry. Gray Brannon did a great job there. He adjusted to that after 2 pitches where timing was way off. He held his hands back, and I don't think that guy, Rossiter, I think wanted that ball more outside, and it come back down across the middle of the plate. And Gray adjusted in his timing and put it right back up the middle for a 2-run hit that puts the Hornets back up by 9. Childry jumps on the first pitch there, and again, he's way out in front as well as this Rossiter is throwing much slower, and the Hornets have to adjust their timing a little bit here. Leaves that one high to even the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Like he tried to throw a little curveball there, and it didn't do a whole lot, and so Childry stood there and took ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, nobody out, and Gray Brannon standing out at second base. That one went outside. I think that's the pitch when he had Gray Brannon 0-2 that he wanted to throw. A low outside pitch and see if Gray would chase it, but as we mentioned, it came back inside across the plate, and Gray put it into center field for a 2-run single. Again, that one sails outside, and Childry takes the walk. Right fielder, number 12, Hardy Hudson. Hardy Hudson steps in now for the Hornets. He takes first pitch across the inside part of the plate for strike 1. That one sails a little outside to even the count. Hudson's got on a fielder's choice. He flied out to right, and he has gotten hit by a pitch today. He scored a run in the first inning. That one stays high. 2 balls, 1 strike to Hardy Hudson. Hornets on first and second. Nobody out here in the 6th. Hornets up by 9. Looking to take game 1 of this best-of-3 series. That one comes in by the chin of Hardy Hudson. He turns a cold shoulder to it and takes ball 3. referee thought that one was a little high, but the umpire just didn't agree. It come right down the middle, so it's going to be a full count now, no outs. Hornets are moving, and a ground ball there. Ball's booted, and everybody's going to be safe. Gray Brandon's going to come all the way around from second to score. That will be your final in game one as the Hornets take it 11-1. We remind you that game two will be starting up shortly. Ask you to visit the concession stand. There's plenty of cool drinks and hot food over there, and plenty for everyone. Shortstop number 7, Ryan Powers. Designated hitter number 8, James Hayes. Second baseman number 6, Ross Alden. At first base, number 5, Gray Brannon. Pitching, number 3, Zane Childry. In right field, number 12, Hardy Hudson. Catching, number 19, Neil O'Brien. In left field, number 15, Trey Hardy. And in center field, number 1, Ty Shelton. Leading off for Westfield, third baseman number 4, Jake Canterbury. Back here at the Hornets' Nest for game 2 of our 2 out of 3 series between Westfield and Creekside Christian Academy. Westfield took game 1 11-1 in 6 innings. Now we start game 2 as Jake Canterbury leads off for the Hornets and takes strike 1 on the outside corner. The winner of this series will take on the winner of the Valwood Southland series, which we understand Southland took Valwood and Southland series, and Southland took game 1 in that series 5-0. Second pitch from McGinnis goes outside, and so Canterbury draws even, 1 ball, 1 strike. Leaves that one a little high. Very slow and deliberate motion by McGinnis. that one with a little more effort behind it and sort of overthrew it and put it in the dirt, bouncing on a short hop up into the catcher there, War. 3 balls, 1 strike to the Hornets leadoff batter. That one sails outside for ball 4, and Canterbury is aboard. Shortstop number 7, Ryan Powers. Well, the Hornets have what you want out of your leadoff batter. He's on first with nobody out in the top of the first inning. And now Powers is in position to move him around and try to get a quick lead here. That ball stays high as well, and quickly Powers is in control of this at bat with 1 ball, no strikes. That one sails outside and gets away from the catcher, but no advance by Canterbury. Hornets missed an opportunity right there. Canterbury just didn't pick up the fact that that ball had scooted past the catcher and could have easily made it to second, but he just didn't see it. Once again, it bounces up there, and this time he goes on to second. Catcher's taking a beating in this at bat alone. That's about the 3rd one that's short hopped him and bounced off of him. So coach comes out and asks him if he's all right, but he's playing that position where he's going to be banged up and hit pretty much throughout the game. I think he understands that and hanging tough back there. McGinnis comes in and helps him out a little bit with a strike right down the middle. Moves the count back to 3-1. That one stays low. And Powers moves to first with a walk. Designated hitter number 8, James Hayes. Top of the first inning, Westfield's the visiting team here in game 2. First 2 batters are on for the Hornets on walks, and James Hayes steps in with runners on first and second and nobody out. And that's another pitch that sails away from James to the outside part of the plate. He's seen a bunch of those in game 1 as they stayed away from him pretty much throughout that game, trying to get him to chase something away from him. They go there again, but this one's just a little more enticing as it comes across the outside corner of the plate. A swing and a miss, and the count is even, 1 ball, 1 strike. Jimmy, as his teammates are affectionately referring to him, woke him up with that one as he missiled a foul ball that he pulled into the screen right there in front of his teammates there in the home dugout. Puts the count at 1 ball, 2 strikes now. That ball was out away from James. He had to swing at it and try to put it in play because it was too close to take with 2 strikes. Fouls it back, and he lives to get another pitch now. outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes to James Hayes. Canterbury on second, Powers on first, and nobody out in the top of the Hornet first. That one stays outside. Good eye by Hayes. Moves the count to full. Looks like the runners may be on the move here. No, they stayed in place. And Hayes draws the 3rd walk of the inning. First baseman, number 5, Gray Brannon. Brannon steps in a big spot here in the top of the first for the Hornets. Bases loaded, nobody out. Courtesy of 3 straight walks to the first 3 Hornet batters of the game. Gray's gonna have to be patient here and make him come to him. He did that earlier in game 1 as they had him down 0-2 on the count, and they brought the ball inside, and he missiled it for a 2-run single back up the middle, and then later come around and scored the game-winning run there on the run rule. Gray's ahead in the count now, 2 balls, no strikes. Three and 0 on Gray. I think Gray was taken all the way on that one because that one's right down the middle. I think they put it there again. We'll see Gray going after it this time. 3 balls, 1 strike. He did, he got under it. Skies one out behind third base. Little trouble with it, and it falls. And nobody covering third. So it's going to wind up just being a pop-up single as it falls out there in the middle of nobody. Pitcher number 3, Zane Childry. Ball rights, that ball should have been caught probably. It was out there and sort of between the shortstop and the left fielder, and a little miscommunication, a little bit of sun trouble, and all things added up to the ball falling and the Hornets advancing with a run out of that. A little bit of contact that time out of Childry, but it's going right at the center fielder. That will allow Powers to tag. He's coming in from third, and he will score without a slide on the sac fly from Childry. Right fielder number 12, Hardy Hudson. Hudson stands in, runners on second and third, Hayes at third, Brannon at second, 1 out now on his Power scored on the sacrifice fly from Childry. Hornets have 2 runs in at the top of the first. And they've done so without the benefit of a hit. Well, a pop fly single, I guess, from Brannon. Hudson's ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. McGinnis has struggled to get his control here in the first inning. And once again, ball sails outside on him. And Hudson moves to a 3-0 count. First base is open. Westfield catcher Neil O'Brien stands on deck. 1 out. Hudson will take ball 4 and move down to first to fill the bases. Catcher number 19, Neil O'Brien. Well, as O'Brien has announced, the coach for the Cougars comes out to have a talk. Try to settle down his pitcher here. Hornets are trying to get off to a similar start as they did in Game 1, where they scored 4 runs in Game 1 in the first inning. Got 2 runs here with bases loaded and 1 out. O'Brien steps in for the Hornets. With a chance to put up some more early runs for the Hornets here. Good speed on the bases. He fists that one out toward left again. It's sort of in that area, but it's caught by the left fielder. Tagging is Hayes. He's going to come in to score. And they've got Brannon in a pickle, and they get him at third. That'll be the 3rd out of the inning, but Hayes did score. In the Westfield first, 3 runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left after 1.5 inning of play. Westfield 3, Creekside coming to bat. Will McGinnis, first batter for the Cougars. Swings and misses on Childry's First pitch. Fouls that one straight back, and Childress finds himself ahead in the count now, 0-2 to the Cougars leadoff batter. In game one, McGinnis was 0 for 3. That's usually a good sign when you hold the opposing team's leadoff man off the bases. Childress trying to repeat that effort here in game 2. McGinnis steps out, gets time out, and now he's back in with a 1-2 count. Childress wasting no time, much like Canterbury in game 1. He gets the ball and he's ready to go. The batter trying to slow that rhythm down a little bit, stepping out on him. But once again, Childress got the ball ready to go, and here's the pitch on the way. Again, foul straight back, and McGinnis is battling a couple of foul balls after getting 2 strikes. Childress has a new ball. He's on the rubber, toes it, and he's coming to the plate. Ooh, just outside for ball 2, 2-2. That ball's right on the nose. Oh, Shelton tried to short hop it, and it gets past him and into center field. McGinnis is going to round second. He's going into third. He'll get to third with no throw. And he's going to get the third on a single and a pass. The ball gets by Shelton for an error. Shortstop, number 9, Bryce McHadden. Yeah, Shelton tried to make a play on that ball, and it got down in front of him for a solid single, but letting it get past him wound up being a 2-base error as it rolled on out toward the fence in center field, and McGinnis was able to stroll into third base without a throw. So he stands there with nobody out for the Cougars. The shortstop, Bryce McHadden, stands in right now. Going to have a ground ball to short. Powers are going to take it, go to first, and they get to out there 6-3, but McGinnis will score. Number 23, Justin Paniagua. Paniagua is the batter now. He was the starting pitcher in game 1. He's the designated hitter in game 2. Fouls it back toward the Hornets softball field. The familiar sound of a ball hitting the tin roof back over on the Hornet dugout. And we have a 1-1 count with 1 out and 1 run in for the Cougars in the bottom of the first. Paniagua gets time out. He's back in now, and Sharply hit to short, backhanded by Powers, comes up throwing, and a dig on the first bounce there. Great play on both ends. Third baseman, number 30, Canyon Thrasher. Great play there as Ryan Powers goes to his backhand in the hole, goes to a knee, comes up with the ball, and then comes up and makes a strong throw with a one-hopper, and Gray Brandon digs it out over at first for the second out of the inning. Ball sort of off the end of the bat, and it's going out behind second where Powers strolls out and makes the catch, and that's out number 3 of the inning. In the Cougar first, 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and nobody left. After 1 inning of play, Westfield 3, Creekside 1. Steps in as the Hornets start the second inning with a 3-1 lead. McGinnis was high and outside pretty regularly in the first inning, walking the first 3 batters, and he starts the second inning with a similar pitch. Hardy takes it for ball 1. Brings that pitch in on his hands, and Hardy swings and misses. 1 ball, 1 strike to the Hornet left fielder. Down and away. Good eye from Hardy as he gets ahead in the count. 2 balls, 1 strike. Same pitch, same result. Hardy watches it, keeps it, let it sail down and away, and result in 3 balls, 1 strike to the Hornet leadoff batter here in the second. That one sails a little high, and Hardy watches it for ball 4. Moves down to first base as center fielder. Center fielder, number 1, Ty Shelton. Ty Shelton comes to bat for the Hornets with runner on first and nobody out. Shelton had a big game in the first game. He had a bases clearing triple for 3 RBIs. He wound up 2 for 3 with a bunt single later in the game, scored a run, and led the Hornets there as they went on to an 11-1 run rule victory in 6 innings. Hardy's got the attention of McGinnis, diverted over to first base. Got a pretty good lead there. And he's going. Pitch is down. Hardy's in there with a slide and easily into second base with a stolen base. Just looking over there at Hardy on that play, at first you could see he had that extra step and just felt like he was going to try to make that steal, and he did it with ease. Now he's at second base with nobody out. Shelton swinging away there, fouls it off. Love to see Ty here just stay on top of the ball here, use his speed like he did on his bunt single earlier in game 1, and not try to lift this ball, but force the defense to make a play. Good eye there as he takes ball 3. Good eye by Ty as he takes ball 4 and he moves down to second base. Third baseman, number 4, Jake Canterbury. Canterbury started the game off for the Hornets in the first with a leadoff walk, and he came around to score later in the inning on the bloop single or pop-up single that landed out in short left field by Brannon. Now he puts a bunt down right back to the pitcher. He does force him to make a play, and he moves the runners up. Shortstop, number 7, Ryan Powers. Canterbury didn't try to do too much with that bunt, just get it down and force the pitcher to make a play. He, of course, he would always love to have got on himself, but he did his job there, moving those runners up, and he did it with good fundamentals of not trying to overdo the bunt, just making sure he got it down and got those runners moved. Now they're in scoring position for Powers, who stands and looks at ball 1. 1 out, runners at second and third. Hardy at third. Good speed out at second, and Ty Shelton. And Powers does his job. That's good 1-2-3 baseball, and that ball gets by the right fielder. It's going to roll to the fence. Powers is going to round second, and he's going to stroll into third. Designated hitter, number 8, James Hayes. And much like the first inning, we get a single and a 2-base error in the outfield that brings Powers around to third. Now he's going to come in on Hayes' sacrifice fly, and just like that, the Hornets have put up 3 here in the second. First baseman, number 5, Gray Brannon. After pretty quick action there with a solid single to right that would brings in two by Powers. The ball gets past the right fielder. Powers makes it the third, and then he quickly scores on the James Hayes sacrifice fly, and the Hornets have 3 more runs here in the second. 2 outs now with the bases empty, and Gray Brannon at bat. Brannon again watches a low pitch there, moves to count to 2 balls, no strikes. So Gray's ahead in the count and sort of at liberty to look for his pitch now. That one sails outside, 3-0. Again, Brannon watches ball 4. Very patient at bat by Brannon there. You know he wants to swing the bat, but he didn't get anything to really swing at, so he took what they give him. Now he's at first with 2 outs. Creekside coach is out on the mound. Looks like he's going to make a pitching change here. Looks like shortstop Bryce McHadden is going to come in now to the mound to pitch. That's moving Fleming over to from second base to shortstop, and McGinnis will move out to play second base. In high school, as in most levels of baseball, you usually have a pretty good arm playing shortstop, so McHadden played shortstop in the first game and started it here in the second, so he's come on now, and you would anticipate he's got the arm to give the Cougars some innings here. Sort of gets behind the ball a little bit and pushes it with his motion. Not a complete over-the-top type of release. So that release point and that arm action could be a little different, and Hornet hitters will have to play close attention to pick it up with a different approach, different arm angle coming at them. Crowd's picked up a good bit here for game 2. This was an early start at 3 o'clock on a Monday. Pitcher number 3, Zane Childry. Childry had a sac fly in the first inning that brought in Hayes. And he jumps on the first pitch from McHadden. It's going out to McGinnis, and that will be out number 3. In the Westfield second, 3 runs on 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left. After 1.5, Westfield 6, Creekside 1.
Westfield is a challenging environment.
It's a Christian school, it's a Christian environment.
And it provides students with great opportunities.
Definitely all the teachers, they prepare you for college, they help you with some like problems that they'll give you like some real life experiences that will help you with college.
Every teacher that I have in any of my classes is always telling us that they're here after school. They're always willing to answer any questions we might have.
Westfield is a
Second inning, as the Cougars send up their first baseman, number 27, Darren Evans. Zane Childress starts off the inning with a ball low and away for ball 1. Swing and a foul back by Evans. Evans was 0 for 2 in game 1 with a walk. Had a strikeout and a fly ball to center field, so Childress battles back now with a strike on the outside corner to take the lead in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's strike 3 right down in there as it breaks across the plate. Caught Evans looking for out number 1. Right fielder, number 19, Judah Prisk. The right fielder now was the DH in game 1 for Creekside, Judah Prisk. Prisk had a rough first game. He struck out 3 times in game 1 and swings and misses on the first 2 pitches here at this at bat. So quickly Childress is out ahead of him and looking to put him down for a 4th time today on strikes. And he does with a pitch right across the inside corner and caught him looking for out number 2. Second baseman, number 3, Bryce Fleming. I think we just announced Fleming as the second baseman, but with the pitching change that made at the end of the second inning there, I think Fleming has moved over to play shortstop now. And McGinnis moved from the pitching out to second as McHadden comes on to pitch for the Cougars. And again, Childress working quickly there. He's behind in the count now, 2 balls, no strikes. But he gets the ball and he comes right back to his catcher, O'Brien, with it. And again, falls off a little bit toward that first base side and ball sails to the outside for 3 balls, no strikes. Made the adjustment. Another backhand opportunity for Powers at shortstop, deep in the hole, but it bounces off his glove. That's a tough play right there. Great play if he can make it, but it's hard to come up with that one deep in the hole. Number 12, Carter McGinnis. All right, Carter McGinnis steps in. As we mentioned earlier, he started the game at pitchers, now moved out to play second, and he swings at the first pitch, fouls it straight back. He bats in the bottom of the second. The Hornets are the visiting team today in game 2 of this best-of-3 series. They're leading 6-1 in the second inning. McGinnis bats with a runner on first and 2 outs. Takes another strike from Childress as he floats a curveball in there. McGinnis is down now 0-2, and Childress has his pick of pitches that he can try to entice him into going after. See if he goes to that low and away slider. No, he comes back with a curveball and gets him swinging. In the Cougars' second, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. We've completed 2 at the Hornets' Nest. Westfield 6, Creekside 1.
I'm involved in a lot of extracurricular activities. I play football, baseball, basketball, and I run track.
I love the contact sport. I love the ability to get my feelings and aggression out throughout the hard day or hard week out at practice.
I was a part of the Westfield wrestling team when I was a freshman, and that's also the year when I played soccer. So it was been fun, and I'm gonna play soccer again in my senior year, and hopefully I will probably be the captain of the soccer team.
I enjoy just spending time with my teammates and getting to just rep the green and gold like everyone else has in the past.
On Thursdays, we get to go out and with the football team, and we get our chaplain out there, and he does a great job. And I think on a Thursday that's great to do because it's a day before the game, and you get to think about God and just choices in life, and that's kind of what the game of football is like.
Leads off, number 12, Hardy Hudson. Hardy Hudson leading off here in the third inning for the Hornets. He takes strike one. Hardy walked his first at bat. Hardy was 0 for 2 in game 1 with a walk, and then a walk in the first inning of game 2. So he's looking for his first hit of the day. He did have a fielder's choice in the first inning in game 1 that scored a run. That one comes in around his belt buckle, and he gives it the high hip and takes ball 2. That one was very enticing to Hardy as he takes a swing at it and fouls it straight back. He was on that pitch, just got under it just a little to foul it straight back. So he's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hudson pulls that one just outside the third base bag down into the left field corner. Looked like we had a jersey missing out there in left field as the Cougars changed jerseys from first game to second game, and left fielder must have not brought his white jersey. Sort of how the Dodgers look with these white uniforms and blue numerals on them for the Cougars, but a yellow number, which is a little different from the Dodgers. Hudson takes a call, strike 3 for out number 1. Catcher number 19, Neil O'Brien. So Hudson caught looking there on a curveball on a full count. Now the Hornet catcher, Neil O'Brien, steps in. O'Brien flied out to left in the first inning. And once again, jumps on the first pitch, and it goes to right field, and where right fielder comes on, makes a little bit of a stab and a jump at a pop-up, but he did catch it, so that's out number 2. Left fielder, number 15, Trey Hardy. Trey Hardy steps in for the Hornets now with 2 outs, nobody on. And McHadden comes in and gets strike 1 on him. He throws another one in there that's foul back, and quickly McHadden is ahead in the count, 0-2. The Hornets benefited from a little bit of inconsistent strike zone as far as the pitcher being able to locate in the first 2 innings, and got a number of walks there to get their runs, and with a few timely hits. But McHadden has come in and he has put the ball across the strike zone, forced the Hornets to put it in play, and he's got 2 quick outs here in the third and way ahead in the count on Hardy, 0-2. Left that one up a little high. Hardy laid off of it for ball 1. Brings that slow curve in there. That thing started at Hardy's front hip and broke in across the plate, and Hardy battled it off his fist to foul it back and stay alive in the count. Good at bat right there with Hardy, fouling off some good pitches to try to get him one he can handle here. They try to go outside and get Hardy to chase, and he's not having anything to do with that, so he takes ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Correction, in the top of the third. Again, Hardy fouls one back, staying alive in the count. Hardy's making McHadden work, making him stay in the zone there. See if he can make it pay off by making him get a pitch in there that he can handle. Again, he goes high and away. Seems to be a pattern here with McHadden. He brings him in with a curveball. Hardy fouls it off, then he goes back outside with the hard stuff. See if he holds true to form, you get a curveball right here. See if he does it. There it is. And once again, Hardy fouls it back. Well, in this sequence, he's done that curveball slider 3 times. And each time got a foul ball on the curveball. And on the hard stuff, he's going outside for a high outside ball. Let's see if he goes out there trying to get Hardy to chase again. No, he comes inside with it this time, and Hardy takes it for a walk. Ball 4. Good at bat by Trey Hardy. Center fielder number 1, Ty Shelton. Not all good at bats have to be a home run. Trey Hardy fouled off about 4 pitches there and kept forcing McHadden to work until he worked him for a walk there. And he did so by just fouling off the good pitches that he couldn't quite handle for a hit. So excellent at bat. Now he's on the move. He's going to take second base, and with 2 outs, he's got a walk and a stolen base, and it looks like a double now as he stands out at second base. He's in scoring position with 2 outs. Good fundamental baseball here by Trey Hardy in the top of the 3rd inning. Let's see if we can make it pay off with a run. Ty takes that slider on the outside corner for a strike. evens the count at 1-1. Again, he comes in there with it, and this time it's popped up out behind first. Second baseman's over there, and he makes the catch for out number 3. In the Westfield third, no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left. After 2.5, Westfield 6, Creekside 1. Now batting number 4, Diego Perez. That ain't the lineup he give me. Sort of a change into the Cougar lineup here before we ever get through it the first time. Diego Perez now batting for Cameron Wallace, who started in left field. Childry comes back on from after a 2-2 count and gets a call third. Center fielder number 22, Will McGinnis. Zane Childry wasted no time there, coming back and getting that calls third strike to get out 1 here in the bottom of the third. He's coming right after McGinnis here with a high fastball. Comes back in with something a little off speed there. A 1 hopper to short, Powers has it, throws over to Brannon, and 6-3 on the put out, and out number 2. Pitcher number 9, Bryce McHadden. Powers really makes that look smooth. He takes that 1 hop, plays it just right. He's in good throwing position when he gets it, and just throw and catch over to Brannon at first base to get the put out. Childers gets one of those new baseballs. They like to call them a pearl when they're white and shiny like that. First thing he does is get it down in the dirt and get it a little bit dust it up for him to get that grip he wants. Comes back with a pitch on the outside corner, a swing and a miss by McHadden, and quickly Childress is ahead in the count 1-2. Ball out to Alden at second, comes up with it, throwing, and he got him at first base. In the Cougar third, no runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. After 3 innings of play, Westfield 6, Creekside 1. Canterbury leading off the Hornets fourth. Canterbury's the Hornets leadoff man. He led off the game with a walk and came around to score. And in the second inning, he had a sacrifice bunt to the pitcher that moved runners over into scoring position at the time. Takes ball one to get ahead in the count. 1 ball, no strikes. Ball was a little high for Canterbury's liking, but it was down the middle, so with no strikes, he takes that one for strike one and lives to see if he can get a better pitch to handle now. And there it is, and he just misses it as he shoots it down the right field line, and it goes foul. Right fielder retrieving the ball down in the corner of foul territory down there. Shadows begin to creep in that corner. A little hot out here today. He might like that shade over there. Canterbury behind in the count now. Curveball comes in. That's right down the line. Will it stay fair? Yes, just fair, just inside the left field line. And good hitting by Canterbury. He shoots that outside pitch to right field down the line, and then comes back on the next pitch and pulls one down the left field line, hitting it where it's pitched. Good hitting by Canterbury. Shortstop, number 7, Ryan Powers. Canterbury doing what you want as a leadoff man, getting on base. Did it in the first inning with a walk. Does it here in the fourth with a double. And this is a fly ball out to right, and it's caught in by the right fielder, and no advance by Canterbury. Designated hitter, number 8, James Hayes. Okay, Hornets have their leadoff man with no outs at second. Now he's still there with 1 out. Need to see if Hayes and Brannon can do something to get him in here. And as we said in his first at bat of the game, James has seen a bunch of pitches in that right-handed batter's box today. They're trying to keep that ball away from his left-handed extension and his power. And they pitched him outside. They come inside and he makes them pay. That's exactly what they didn't want to do, and that's the reason they hadn't wanted to do it. They've kept that ball away from him all day. They come inside and he rips it to the right field corner for a double and brings in Canterbury. First baseman, number 5, Gray Brannon. Perfect example there of why they have been pitching him the way they have and trying to keep that ball away from him. As when they did make the mistake and bring it inside, Hayes made them pay as he pulled that ball down into the corner on a line and easily scores Canterbury, and he strolls into second with a double. And the Hornets have a run here in the top of the 4th. Brannon has ball 1 to him. Oh, slow, enticing curveball. It breaks right across the plate there. And Gray looks at strike 1 for 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 run in, and 1 runner on. Gray reaches for that when he gets under it a little bit. It's drifting into the right center field, but right fielder is going to take it. And Hayes is going to tag, and he's going to stroll over to third. Now they misplayed a ball out there, and Hayes comes on in to score. Yeah, the ball came in from the outfield. Pitcher, number 3, Zane Childry. The ball came in from the outfield after the catch, and it was mishandled by the shortstop, and Hayes was tagging on the play, and he alertly came on in to score after the ball was mishandled out behind second base. And so that gives the Hornets another run and extends their lead to 8-1. Two outs, nobody on, and 0-1 pitch now to Childry. They really expand that strike zone to the outside portion of the plate to both left-handers and right-handers when they get ahead in the count. They'll come back in and catcher set up more in a traditional place now, and Childry takes one off the back now, and he'll be going down to first on a hit batter. Who's that? Is that Mason? Courtesy runner at first, number 14, Mason Easom. Now batting right fielder, number 12, Hardy Hudson. Hardy Hudson steps in the bat now for the Hornets. Give a big thank you to the young ladies running the music and the walkouts today. They're also doubling their spotters, as helping me with who's running, and they want to get on the mic, and I keep trying to give it to them. as Hudson singles through the gap, and he finds himself at first, and Esom runs down to second now. Catcher, number 19, Neil O'Brien. No better music anywhere in the GISA than the young ladies playing here. I think they do parties and weekend gatherings too as DJs. The big grin on their face says, if the money's right. Neil O'Brien steps in. Neil's flied out to left, flied out to right. Let's see if he can get one down right now and get Esom in from second. Ball sails outside, and Neil finds himself ahead in the count. 2 balls, no strikes with 2 outs. Runners at first and second. That one comes in and gets in on his hand a little bit. It's going to be a pop-up over toward the third base dugout, and the ball falls between the catcher and the third baseman right up against the visiting dugout screen, and O'Brien lives to get another pitch. 2 balls, 1 strike now with 2 outs on Neil. Got under that one. It ran in on his hands a little bit, and he popped it pretty much straight up. It drifted over there toward the third base dugout and was close enough that it was sort of out of play for the third baseman. And that'll give him a chance to get another pitch to see if he can handle it now. And ooh, gets a slow curveball, and that was nasty. Had Neil way out in front on that one. That'll mess your timing up there. So now he's seen a slow curveball, and he's got that in his head. He's gonna have to really keep his hands back here and be ready for that fastball that they're setting up on the outside corner of the plate for. And there it goes, and it's too far out and wide. Again, that's been sort of their MO, is they get ahead in the count and they really expand that strike zone with their target from the catcher to try to get the Hornet batters to chase that pitch to the outside. Full count now with 2 outs. Runners should be on the move, and there they go. O'Brien hits one out in the center field. It's going to drift. Looks like it's going to hold up for the center fielder, and it does. And that'll be out number 3. But the Hornets pick up 2 runs here and make it 8-1 in the top of the 4th. In the top of the 4th, Westfield 2 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 2 left. After 3.5, Westfield 8, Creekside 1. Designated hitter, number 23, Justin Panwaga. Panwaga is the batter now for leading off for Creekside in the 4th. He was the starting pitcher in game 1. DHing here. He grounded out to short on a good play in the first inning. He drives one pretty well hit out in the left field, but Hardy drifts back, battles the sun, and makes a good catch out there for out number 1. Third baseman, number 30, Canyon Thrasher. Canyon Thrasher is the batter now. One out here in the Creekside 4th. He popped up to shortstop in the first inning to end the inning. Takes strike 1 on his first pitch here. And there comes strike 2 as Childers is again wasting no time. He gets the ball, he toes the rubber, and he comes back to home plate. He keeps you on your toes as a hitter. Also keeps you on the toes as your defense. Defense likes to play behind a pitcher that'll get the ball and work. That one was outside a little bit. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out now to Canyon Thrasher, excuse me. Overthrew that one a little bit. About a 58-footer. O'Brien blocks it up nicely, and it's ball 2. Oh, comes back with the high one, and Thrasher can't lay off for strikeout number 1 in the inning and second out of the inning. First baseman, number 27, Darren Evans. Evans struck out to lead off the second inning. Stands in here with 2 outs in the... Oh, good try by Hardy. Hardy Hudson makes a diving attempt out there down the right field line and then jumps up and keeps the ball in where he can get it back in and keeps the runner at first. Good play there. Right fielder, number 2, Cameron Wallace. They have changed this lineup all around. I ain't said nothing. So now we've got another change here. Number 2, Cameron Wallace is in. He's actually playing left field. And Evans stands at first after his single that dumped down the right field line over behind first. And a good effort by Hardy trying to make a diving play, but he kept the ball in front of him and kept Evans to a single. Good stop there on a 1-hopper by O'Brien to once again keep the runner at first base. Wallace rips one down the left field line, but foul. Wallace sort of missed the Game 2 uniform decor. He's still wearing his Game 1 blue socks and blue jersey. Always extra coordination, particularly when you got these travel games with multiple games at the time in one afternoon. Wallace has worked the count to full with 2 outs. Runner on first should be taking off on the pitch now. There he goes. And once again, Wallace jumps out on ahead of the pitch and rips it down into the left field foul area. He's way ahead of the pitch here. He's jumping on the curveball out in front of it and pulling it foul. This may be that Canterbury wants to try to go down and away with that slider now. That's where O'Brien's set up, and that's where he throws it. Right on the outside corner, he catches him looking, and that's the 3rd out of the inning. In the Cougar 4.
I'm involved in a lot of extracurricular activities. I play football, baseball, basketball, and I run track.
I love the contact sport. I love the ability to get my feelings and aggression out throughout the hard day or hard week out at practice.
I was a part of the Westfield wrestling team when I was a freshman, and that's also the year when I played soccer. So it was been fun, and I'm going to play soccer again in my senior year, and hopefully I will probably be the captain of the soccer team.
I enjoy just spending time with my teammates and getting to just rep the green and gold like everyone else has in the past.
On Thursdays, we get to go out and with the football team, and we get our chaplain out there, and he does a great job. And I think on a Thursday that's great to do because it's a day before the game, and you get to think about God and just choices in life, and that's kind of what the game of football is like.
Leading off the Westfield left fielder, number 15, Trey Hardy. Moving to the top of the 5th inning here, Trey Hardy, Hornets left fielder, leads it off. Hardy walked and scored a run in the 2nd, and then walked again and was left stranded in the 3rd. Been on base for both of his plate appearances here in game 2. Starts off by looking at a ball for his first pitch here in the 5th inning. Takes the second one outside, ball 2. Trey had an excellent at bat earlier. His last at bat fouling off a number of pitches before he worked that walk. Fouls that one off the handle of his bat. 2 balls, 1 strike. Outside, just kept drifting and got a little too far out there. Good eye by Hardy, and he's 3 balls, 1 strike. Caught Trey looking for something else right there. That one come right down his wheelhouse, and I think he was caught off guard a little bit. He was sort of looking outside, and it come right down to him. Come back in there again, and he jumps on it this time. He's hurrying down to first, and he's going to make it. And down to first, ball gets away over there. He's going into second, and they throw to second, and shortstop runs it down. But Hardy's going to get to first on a E5 and then gets down to second on the throw. Center fielder, number 1, Trey Shelton. Correction, Ty Shelton. Shelton flies one into center field. Strong throw from the center fielder, but it's offline, and that's going to allow Hardy to come on around to score. Third baseman, number 4, Jake Canterbury. Fly ball out to center by Shelton. Advanced Hardy over to third, and it looked like a strong throw, but it just sailed off the line. Third baseman couldn't get to it, and Hardy kept coming around to score. Now Canterbury hits a sharp single between short and third, and he's on with a one-out hit. Shortstop number 7, Ryan Powers. One on, one out, and one in here in the Hornet 5th inning. And Powers takes the first pitch for a strike. That one didn't do what McHadden thought it was going to do. Sails behind Powers. He ducks under it, and it's just ball 1. Again, sharp hit by the third baseman. Powers will be on at first. Designated hitter number 8, James Hayes. Hornets got one run in already this inning. They got a little something going again with back-to-back hits by Canterbury and Powers, leaving runners on first and second with one out, and with James Hayes the batter. And that's been the case all day. They're leaving that ball to the outside, way away from James. They made a mistake last at bat, brought it in on him, and he ripped it into the right field corner for a run-scoring double. They hung that one there just a little high on a curveball, and so it's 2 balls, no strikes to James Hayes, the Hornets' designated hitter. And again, they bring it in his wheelhouse, and he gets that one into the left center field gap, and that thing's going to get down. It one hops up against the fence. Here comes Canterbury around easily to score from second, and right behind him is Powers coming in from first, and that's a 2-run double for James Hayes. First baseman number 5, Gray Brannon. Doing a little coach's switch here from first to third. Eric Fitz wants to get in the shade. last two at-bats, James Hayes has just really put on a hitting clinic as he's just waited for that pitch and took it when they brought it in there. They pitched him away, and they make that one mistake in each of those last two at-bats, and when they have, he's carried the ball. When they brought it in, he ripped it into the right field corner. When they left it out over the plate, he drove it to the opposite field. And in both cases, it was run-scoring doubles for the Hornets. Good hitting there by Hayes. And here comes Brannon, grounds one to third, throw over to first, and they'll get him at first. That'll be out number 2. Hayes moves over to third on the ground out. Pitcher number 3, Zane Childrey. Childrey hits a tapper to third. They've wore third out this inning, but he gets it there, and he gets to throw out the first again to make the third out there. In the Hornet field, 3 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 1 man left. After 4 1/2, Westfield 11, Creekside 1. Now pitching for Westfield, number 40, Connor Langdon. Leading off the fifth for the Cougars, shortstop number 3, Bryce Fleming. Connor Langdon, Hornet 8th grader, big lefty, coming in to pitch now for Westfield. He came in the other day in a pretty tight situation, bases loaded, no outs, and I think he struck out the first 6 out of 8 batters he faced the other day. Very impressive pitching performance, and he's throwing heat right now. He's peppered that outside plate on the first 2 pitches, and Fleming is way behind. Hardest pitches we've seen all day from anybody, and again, it takes some time to get caught up to that. Come in again, jammed him on his hands, and Fleming battles it off to stay alive in the at-bats. 0-2 count. Langdon, lanky, tall, strong-looking 8th grader, and he comes from the left side. And he really gets his motion and gets those long legs into his pitch motion and brings the ball with good velocity. That one a little high and outside for ball 1. Comes back with that pitch on the outside corner for a strike, and gets Fleming swinging for strikeout 1. Now batting number 17, Mark Frazier. Frazier making his first appearance today. Didn't play in the first game, and he's probably wondering why he gets to watch this on his first at bat, as Langdon is just overmatching him with the velocity right now. Those first two pitches he's nowhere near it as far as his timing, and he did get a piece of it right there. You can hear their dugout having a little encouragement just because he got a piece of the ball there. It's Langdon's very impressive with his velocity. Right back and come with a little extra on that one, and it tailed it outside for ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the Cougar sixth. I'd have tried to overthrow these last 2 pitches a little bit. I think he's got good enough form and motion that he just needs to trust his stuff and let it come natural, and there he does, and it's plenty good enough there for his second strikeout of the inning. Who is this? Masnet now the batter. They're sort of substituting that wheel here without a whole lot of communication, so we're having to pick up the batters once they get in the batter's box. But it's not mattering to Langdon. He's just throwing strikes right now. That one tailed a little bit off the plate, but he struck out the first 2 batters in the inning, and he's got a 1 ball, 1 strike count here to Mazet. Two balls, 1 strike. Langdon pumps another one in there. He has peppered that outside corner to all 3 batters so far. 1 more and he will have struck out the side. And there it comes. And I think that's your ball game. The Hornets will win once again in 5 innings on the run rule, 11-1. That's your final in game 2 as the Hornets take it in 5 innings, 11-1. The Hornets will advance to second round playoff action against the winner of the Valwood-Southland series. The last information we had was Southland took game 1 of that series. That series will start this weekend, probably on Friday. Check with your school website for more information and details on game times. We thank you for your support and your attendance today. We encourage you to drive safely as you leave today from the Hornets Nest. Good night.